Hello, everyone. I hope you are doing well. Uh, we have, let's see, what are my announcements? We have posted the stream schedule, and by we, I mean the royal we. Tristan has posted the stream schedules to everywhere. So people have asked for sort of like, is there a stable place where the stream schedule is reported? So yes, so there is a link that we intend to keep up to date with the schedule on Discord, and we intend to post it in each stream description. So I should be able to have that. Last stream, we did sort of a hybrid solving stream and setting stream, which was fun. The puzzle we made has now made it through testing, so I will be posting Dovetail, the puzzle we made last time. I'll be posting that to LMD probably later today, will be my guess. Let's see. I have been enjoying doing the setting streams, and I've gotten a lot of positive feedback, so probably I'll be doing some more frequent setting streams since people like it, and maybe some more times do the sort of hybrid thing like we did last time, where do a little bit of solving and a little bit of setting. Anyway, I'm quite happy with how Dovetail has come out overall, so that should be fun. All right. So today's puzzle that we have got from supporters, remembering that supporters at the windmill level or above, they get to vote on what puzzle we start with. Today we are starting with Empty Circles by Codec. This puzzle, so we haven't had a tie in a while, but this puzzle was a 14-way tie. So we have David, Russ, Josh, Nell, Luda, Paul Fly, and Naverio have voted for this puzzle. So this is a Codec puzzle with a few specific rules. So first of all, we got normal Sudoku, odds and evens. So the digits in the circles are odd, and in the squares are even. So we can go ahead and mark off these things with their true color, as they say. Have you seen this puzzle before, Codec? Let's see. There we go. So there we go. Yes, Codec in the house. And then a digit with an outlined circle. So the outlined circle, not to be confused with the unoutlined circle, indicates exactly how many outlined circles contain that digit. And note we've got some outlined circles that are there. So chat has counted that there are 28 circles. And so that means the sum of the circled digits is 28, if you think through what that means. 9 can't be circled because there's no circled digit in row 9. Let's see, no circled digit in column 9 either. No circled digit in box 7. No circled digit in box 7 or box 3. So we can't circle an 8 or a 9. There we go. So if you can't circle an 8 or a 9, and you have to get a sum of 28, 28 is the triangular number for 7. 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4 plus 5 plus 6 plus 7. So every digit is circled except 8 and 9. So that means since there are 2 boxes with no circles, that means there's a 7 circled in every box, which just immediately means that this digit is 7. Because keep in mind, just to explain to you how this logic works, there are 7 circled 7s in 7 boxes total. So therefore, I need to circle a 7 in every box, and this is the only circle in this box. So therefore, this digit is a 7, or is red, take your pick. So it is orange, and we get a 7 dance. Whee! Woohoo! Thank you, Zach. Thank you. So we have that that all wrapped up. Why not both 7 and red? That is a question for all of us, I suppose. So now, I get one row without a 7 in a circle. Well, sorry, 2 rows without a 7 in a circle, but this is one of them. So the reason why I'm interested in that is that if this is not the row with no 7 in a circle, then that digit has to be a 7. But I don't think I can quite answer that yet. I do now need a 6 circled in every box. So I know, for example, I've got lots of sort of Zach wings on 6s going on. So, for example, here's an interesting one. There has to be a 6 in each of these squares, so the 6 in row 6 has to be in one of these 2 cells. Okay, and so now that's going to make that digit a 6 is the point. Because these digits, again, there's a 6 in one of those 2 cells. There's a 6 in one of these cells. So the 6 in column 6 is going to go here. So that is helpful. Hey, Math Pesto, how are you doing? Okay. Okay. So now we have, right. So yeah, so where is the 7 in column 9 is Peter's question. Because there needs to be a 7 in here and a 7 in here, so I can't put a 7 in column 9 anywhere there. And so these are even and 7 isn't. So therefore that is 7 as well. And likewise, that is 7, same reason, except for row 9. Okay, one of these 2 is 7 now, because we've got to put a 7 in this box. I suspect thinking about 6s is going to be more profitable, but I'm not sure. Oh, right. Okay, yeah. So there we go. Okay, so 7, I am incorrect about thinking about 6s being more profitable, because Jim immediately tells me I can corner mark 7 in one of those 2 cells. And so therefore the 7 goes there. So I can corner mark 7 in one of those 2 cells as well. Let's see. Okay, so now the 6 is placed in box 1, Emma points out, because of that corner mark 6 over there, because the 6, again, has to go in a circle. So we've got all of that. Okay, so we've got a 6 now in this column, so we've got a 6 in one of these 2 cells. Okay, and these are our 2 7s outside. These are our 2 rows and columns that don't have 7. So every other row and column needs a circled 7. Unfortunately, I think that's no longer immediately useful. Okay, yeah, the 6 in row 9 is placeable, is Isabella's point, because I can't place a 6 in one of these cells because of the circles. So I need to place a 6 in one of these two, but that one already has a 6 in the column, so that 6 is placed there. And the same thing happens in column 9. I need to place a 6, and it can only go there. Let's see. It's interesting. Both Emma and Isabella described this as box logic, whereas I thought of it as row and column logic. So they probably thought about it slightly differently than the way that I did. Let's see. We've got 4 of the odds here, 4 of the odds in this row as well. Now, a thing that is maybe interesting is that we're going to have some stuff with 8s and 9s because 8s and 9s can't go in these cells. So we have this sort of square lattice pattern, which I'm always suspicious of because it usually means there's some sort of like covering argument. I don't know if there will actually be a covering argument or not, but there usually is with that kind of thing. Let's see, but I don't quite see it yet, if that's what we're supposed to do. Let's see. We've got 4 7s. I think Marty is a bit behind, given that the 6s that Marty is describing have both been placed for a few minutes. Let's see. What else? No, 8 and 9 are the digits that are not in circles. Chip is the point. So yeah, everything except 8 or 9 shows up in circles. It's possible at some point I should stop odd even coloring and color this lattice of places that 8 and 9 can go. Because that might be instructive. But I don't think it's quite instructive yet, although I fear it is going to turn out that I am supposed to do that. I mean, I know like things like these are from 1 3 5. I don't know that I really want to mark that, but I guess I'm pencil marking it. Let's see. Yeah, Emily pointing out that we have sort of like the bones of some sort of complicated wing thing for 8 in row 1 and column 1. Like these are the 8s in row 1 and column 1, and they're linked by something in box 1. So there's some potential there that could lead to some sort of geometry. Unfortunately, what it looks like to me is it looks like that points at this 7, and I already know the 7 can't be an 8. Let's see. In column 7, let's see. They're there, and in row 7, they're there. Okay, that is starting to look like it has some potential. Maybe I should have marked these better. So these are the ones for rows, and these are the ones for columns. So that needs to be 4 total 8s. Yeah, this is going to be something really clever, I think. But unfortunately, I'm still not even proving that one of these has to be an 8 yet. I don't think. Do I know this cell isn't an 8? I don't even think I know, like, that this cell isn't an 8 yet. Based on, like, if this is an 8, that's an 8, and that's an 8. But I don't immediately see a problem with that. I don't even know what a kuchoku is. Let's see. Yeah, I don't know if this is actually productive. Okay. I like Isabella's point better than this point. So Isabella's point is that I need 5 5s in circles. And there are a priori 6 boxes in which that can happen. But Isabella's point is that I can't put a 5 in both of these because if I do, then it is going to force a 5 into one of these 3 cells, and none of those 3 cells can be a 5. So therefore, we can sort of corner mark 5s in all of the rest of these, because the one that doesn't have a 5 is one of those. And actually, Vish adds the same logic actually works on these 2 boxes. They can't both have 5s either. And therefore, I can't put a 5 here. So I actually put a 5 here in one of these cells. So that actually is quite potent. This is the box with no 5, so I can sort of corner mark the 5 over here. Oh, but actually, if you look in column 9 and in row 9 and ask yourself where the 5 goes, in column 9, you learn one of these 2 as the 5. Sorry, in row 9, you learn one of these 2 as the 5, and in column 9, you learn one of these 2 as the 5. This is strangely exactly the same argument that showed up in the puzzle we did last time with 5s, because anyway, that makes that the 5 in order to make that work. But also, it was pointed out in chat that there's also this Zackwing on 5s, that if you look at where that is placing the 5 in this box, the 5 in this box has to go here, which makes that the 6. And now this has to be a 5. Oh, by the way, 5s are always odd. Uh-oh. We broke it. What did I do? Oh, it's because that can't, sorry. It's because it's not actually a Zackwing on 5s, because that cell is there. But this really is a Zackwing on 5s. Sorry, vertically there really is one. I was missing this cell, so that's actually the 5. And now as soon as that's the 5, that's the 5, and as soon as that's the 5, that's the 5. Oh, that was already marked as orange. Okay. There we go. Okay. Sanity restored. This 5, if I now look over through that's sort of a Zackwing on 5s, so I know that exactly that has to be a 5. Like that. It's a lot of 5s all of a sudden. Oh, box 3 is done with its odds. Good. Several people in chat have noticed. So that is that. So only one more even in this row to go is interesting. At least it seems like it potentially is interesting. Only one more even in this row as well. I guess now, like in this box, we now actually know one of these two is a 9. Because we've now sort of pushed out the ability of that to be a 9. And that feels like this is the beginning of a kite or something. I hope this puzzle does not require me to know what the word kite means, though. Hey, ELSF. I hope you are doing well. Yeah, it's like one of these two is a 9 or one of those two is a 9, but that doesn't tell me anything. It tells me this cell isn't a 9, but I already know that cell's not a 9. Let's see, Emma says this isn't a 9. Is it secretly secretly some sort of geometry argument about like the 9 up here? Is that what happens? Egbert says we have all the odds in row 1, but we only have 4 odds in row 1. Let's see. Let's see. But I know where the 5th odd is. Do I? Are you saying I'm sure these aren't a 2-4 pair? Is that what you're saying? 7 in box 6 looks left. Right. There's a 7 in one of these two cells, is Mekti's point, which is a very good observation because it actually places the 7 over here. That seems like a wise point to consider. I'm trying to see if I can catch up any of these even or odds, but I don't think I can yet. But I think there might be catch-upping. Ron, it's everything except 8 and 9, 1 through 7. Bye, Chip. This is the real reason I don't like counting circles, by the way, as a Sudoku mechanic, is because in order to start the puzzle, we had to deduce immediately what's in the counting circles. And so all the logic with the counting circles is done 2 minutes into the puzzle. And then the rest of the puzzle, they just sort of are sitting there, but you can't really leave any ambiguity sort of hanging around in the counting circles for any part of the puzzle because you can't really make any deductions with it without it. Yeah. I think it is like sort of like things like this. Like I really don't like it when everything has to be deduced at the beginning and then it's just sort of bookkeeping for the rest of the puzzle. Uh, yeah, doesn't do it for me. Not to say that I have not liked many individual counting circle puzzles, but I just don't think it has legs as an idea because of the fact that you're so hamstrung with what you can do with it. Nell suggests counting circles fog of war. That's actually an interesting it's an interesting idea. The question is, can you get anything out of the counting circles, I guess, without that? But it is a huge help if you don't know how many counting circles there are at the beginning, because then you can't sort of do the math. I will say the first counting circle puzzle I saw really sort of ruined it for me because the first counting circle puzzle I saw was Nell on her stream did Marty's like counting circle set puzzle, which was fabulous, and I think it is impossible to expect any other counting circle puzzle to be as good as that counting circle puzzle. Let's see, but I think it's possible that it is adjacent to like a really cool idea. Like I think there's a way that you could sort of salvage some of the ambiguity for a little bit longer. Let's see. I know there's a 7 in one of these. I definitely do. I mean, I never actually made a video of my puzzles of the year list, but I can assure you, Marty, it was one of the first puzzles that I put on my puzzles of the year list from last year. Yeah, that one was a very memorable puzzle. Yeah, you could have some sort of weird ambiguity of if the circle is a counting circle or not. Some sort of something like that. Like I think that is that is probably a good way to try and get it to be that. The thing is, you have to make it sort of strong enough that you can make deductions with it, and weak enough that it doesn't do all the deductions right away. So it's set time now. It's not impossible. I mean, I really do think I probably need to lose my orange and blue coloring, which is going to make me sad because I think I really actually have to draw the lattice coloring. Because I don't know what I'm going to do without drawing the lattice coloring. But I also I like my parody coloring, so I'm a little hesitant to get rid of it. Trying to decide if I can do something like identify that these can't be 2, 4, 6, which I can. Or sorry, 2, 4, 8. So these can't be all even. Because if these are all, oh no, maybe they can. Sorry, I was saying these can't all be even, but maybe they can be even with that. Sorry, I was trying to say these can't be a 2, 4, 8 combo, thinking that that would break this, but I don't think it does quite. These would, of course, have to be the 2, 4 pair. I was just trying to get that this cell had to be even, but I don't think I do that. Let's see. Selena believes that this is a 3. Okay, let us get rid of the odd even coloring for a second. Yeah, so the question is, am I doing like these boxes with counting circles and then minus the rows and columns, so that versus so that's 6 versus 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oops. Oh no. Oh, sorry. I'm trying to do this. Versus that blue, and so the intersections all get double counted. Okay. However, we can get rid of the blue, yellow in all of these spaces. Which now means all the purples are wait, did I don't think I handled the purples there correctly, right? Did I? Oh no, okay, yeah. So no, that I did handle the purples correctly, but now the ones that are just purple are actually now just blue. Okay, and so the point of all of this is that now yellow doesn't have any 8s or 9s in it, and so blue doesn't have any 8s or 9s in it. And so if blue doesn't have any 8s or 9s in it, then those are both 8. Okay, that makes sense. Apparently, this is not at all what Codec had in mind. But it does at least get us that those are 8s. Did Codec have a more lattice covery sort of idea behind how to do that? Yeah, with something. And I guess anytime I say like lattice covery thing, the fancy term is empty rectangles. Yes, and so now in this there's an 8-9 pair. Yeah, if I was doing this by myself, I almost certainly would have found the giant empty rectangle thing. And so these are now a 2-4 pair. That's true. Because those can't be even. Let's see. Oh, we don't quite get the 2-4 pair over here. The 1 in box 9, Eckbert points out, is now in a circle. And so if the 1 is now in a circle, that tells me this, for example, definitely isn't a 1. So no more 1s in circles, because there's a 1 in a circle and a 3 in a circle. I mean, I guess I actually know exactly what's in the circles, right? Oh, no, I don't quite know exactly what's in the circles, but I know 1 and 3 are. Oh, and both of these actually, good. These both see 6s and are even and aren't 8. So these are a 2-4 pair, which actually means these are 1, 3, 6, 7. Let's see. So let's see. Right, I keep now instinctively thinking of my blue as being even, which of course it's not. Blue is just a set color. This is also 2-4. That's true. I'm not sure if this coloring is doing anything. I might go back to a different coloring now. I know there's a 9 in one of these. Yeah, I could always just change blue to a different color. Let's make it blue-green. That'll be easier. This is also 2 or 4 because of this argument, because there are no 8s in yellow and the C's a 6 and it's even. Let's see. There's 1, 2 in green so far. Row 3, column 9 is double counted. So if this is a 2, it's the only 2 in green. I need to take a real quick break. I'll be back in just a second, though. I am back. Let's see. We're counting 2s. There are 2 2s in yellow. And so there are 2 2s in green, and we were contemplating exactly how that was going to work. I guess we could combine 2s and 4s and say there are 6 2-4s in yellow. So there are 6 2-4s in green. And so that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's 5 of them. So there's one more 2-4 in green, I guess, is the point. And I know it's not there and it's not there. Oh, it's over here. Right. Sorry. The 6th 2-4 is in one of these 2 cells, because wherever I put the other 2-4, it's over there. So that means there are no more 2-4s in green. So these are not 2-4. In particular, that one's not 2 or 4, so it must be a 6 because it can't. Oh, sorry, I was going to say because it can't be an 8, but that's not true. But that means that these are a. Sorry, that's a 6 or an 8. I don't know if this is even or not. Yeah, sadly, this doesn't get me a whole lot, I fear. This is certainly not 2 or 4 at the very least. Oh, right. Sorry. 8 can't go in green because it's green, right. So this is the 6. And the other 2-4 is up in one of those two cells. So this digit's odd. It is 1 or 3 only. I don't think I know where the 1 is in green yet, so it could well be that it is there, I think. Right. This can't be a double counted 2 because there's only 2 2s, and the point of this box 7 logic down here was that I'm definitely counting a 2 down here. There would be 3 2s if this was a 2. So that's a 4 and that's a 2. And now I know I've counted a 2 down here, so that's definitely a 4 in order to make that work. Now that has given me a 2 and a 4 and a 2. And a 4 vertically over down here to make that all work. And now my greens are almost done. Let's see. Yeah, there need to be 3 3s in green. I agree. We currently have 0 3s in green. Oh, right. 4 is in one of these cells. I don't think I know how people think it's here. Oh, it's because this is an even square that's looked at by 2, 6, and 8. Yes, okay. So this is an even number that's not 2, 6, or 8. I agree. Okay, so everything left is a 1 or a 3 that's in green, because we still need 1, 1, and 3 3s. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I also only count 5 6s. Oh, it's because one of the yellows, one of the 6s that's in a counting circle is not in yellow. One of the 6s that's in a counting circle. Where is the 6 that's in a counting circle? Oh, it's there. There we go. It's this cell. So, sorry. David had me have a miniature heart attack. But this 6 is in a counting circle, but it's not in yellow. So there's actually only 5 6s in yellow, and there's 5 6s in green. So the world all works out. But anyway, we need a 1 and 3s. So these are 1, 3. However, one of these is definitely a 1. So these are both 3. Which means those aren't 3. These are a 1, 3 pair, of course. Okay, so I can corner mark. Oh no, I can't. Never mind. Don't listen to me. So the 1 in box 4, because the only 1 that's in yellow is here. So the 1 in box 4 is here. So the 1 in box 1 is over here. So the 1 in box 2 is over there. So the 1 in this box is down here, which I guess I also knew from Sudoku because these are 1, 8, 9 triple. Okay, this is a 2 or a 6 for sure. Not a 9. Right. The other 189 is here. I guess I can do a really weird thing where I note that in this column I need a 189. In fact, I need both of those 189s. So in fact, these are those 189s. It wasn't as weird as it was the way I originally thought about it in my head. Those are always 189. And so now I can do the same thing down here. These are always 189, and that one's not an 8 because I can ask where they go in this row. And now I can ask where they go in this column. And so these are 189 as well. Bouncing around there. Right. The 5, 6, 7 just by Sudoku go here is the point that chat was making that I was not getting before. So these are 8, 9, and 2. And so these are 8, 9, and 2, and this is a naked 9 is the point. Is this the digit that Ron has? This is not the digit that Ron has. This is the digit that I have. Well, we'll get Ron's digit in a second. So that is a 9, which makes those a 1, 8, which makes that a 9 and an 8, which makes that a 2 and a 1 and an 8. And so now that's an 8 just by Sudoku over to there. Now we've got a whole bunch of 8s. That is an 8 just by Sudoku. Maybe I don't actually quite know how to resolve the rest of these. But the point is, now if I look at it, I now know where the 1 goes in this row, which is that it goes there. I know where the 1 and 8 go in this column, which is that they go there. So I knew that those were sort of the same pair of digits over and over again, so I could have just instantly done that, but I didn't. Okay, so these are a pair of something and something. They seem to be a 3, 9 pair. Let's see, column 3 is 2 and 9. So these are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So there's a 3, there's a 3, there's a 3. Okay, so all my 3s, actually, just by Sudoku, the 1, 3 pair here forces a 3 in there. Those are all my 3s in circles. So there's no 3 in circles over here. I guess I already knew that even just by the fact that these are a 1, 3, 9. So that's not super exciting, unfortunately. 4 in box 2. Right. Okay, so Ron points out that now the 4 in box 2 actually is placed there just by Sudoku alone. The 9 in box 3 Martin now gets, which gives me the 2 and the 9 over there. Good. These are a pair of 1 and 3, and we know the order, it would seem. So now the 3 is placed here in box 9. Sorry, no. The 3 is placed here in box 9. Thank you. The 1 is now placed here in box 9. This isn't a 7 anymore, so that is a 7. These are a 6, 7 pair. This is a 4, it would seem. think I need this to be a 6 by my argument at the very beginning, but I've now forgotten the argument at the very beginning, so I don't swear that it's true. These aren't 5, though, so that is 3, which makes that a 3, which makes that a 7, a 6 and a 7, makes that a 5 and a 6, makes that a 7. Also just by Sudoku, this is a 6, has been pointed out. So that is this is not a 3. Oh, so that is a 6 by Sudoku. That is a 6 by Sudoku, is what I was trying to say. Let's see. We can color in both of these. Aren't they both 2s? I think they're both 2s. This one's definitely a 2, but I think this one's also a 2 because it's not a 1 and it's not a 9. Yep. So funnily enough, my 2 2s in circles were placed both ways, whichever way you wanted to do it. So I think now we can just mark everything else. 5, 9, 1, 4, 9, 4, 5. Our circles are done. 2, these are unlikely to be 8s since they're in odd circles. Let's see, that is a 1, 9 pair in the row, making that an 8 and a 1. These are a 1, 3, 9 triple, so that makes that the 8, and that the 2. The 1 and the 8, the 9 and the 3, and the 1 and the 3, and the 9, and the 1 and the 3, and the 9. Very interesting. Yeah, the sort of set-like argument here to count everything was pretty cool, although I think we skipped about half the puzzle by Codec solve path. But very interesting, very interesting collection there of sorts of things to do. Yeah, the really rigid structure on the circles here made this particularly interesting. Alrighty, I am going to take a quick break, and I'll be back in a moment with another puzzle, so see you all in just a moment. Hello, everyone. So we have made it to, in my list of going through my own puzzles and solving them, we have made it to what I think is my most famous puzzle by most measures, which is Two Truths and a Lie. This puzzle came from lots of places and lots of ideas, and so I want to talk a little bit about that. I will also say, most of my puzzles I have no memory of. This one I remember pretty well, because a bunch of people solved this, so I watched a lot of different solves of this puzzle at the time. I've watched several of those solves again since then. This is one of my favorite sort of Simon solves to watch. It is in the Cracking the Cryptic book. This was one of the ones that was like voted on. Like there's a whole like vote for what puzzle you want to go in the book, because this wasn't an official CTC feature. This was like a CTC Patreon video, but then they posted it publicly or whatever. But anyway, and it's also one of the ones that I get the most sort of like occasional DMs of like a screenshot asking me what it is they're supposed to see that they haven't seen, and the answer is that there's a virtual 1-9 pair in box 3 every time. But we'll get there. But anyway, so I'm going to say that like most of the puzzles when I'm solving, they're old enough that it is sort of a it's old enough that I sort of don't. It's really sort of like me doing a live solve with maybe the occasional bit of remembering. But this one, I think I'm going to remember pretty well most of it. All right. So in terms of the idea, the idea came from a few things. So there were a bunch of puzzles around this time where people would say like, oh, it's a killer puzzle, except one of the killer cages is wrong. Or that kind of thing. And this was always a bummer to me because it's such a cool idea. But if you set a puzzle where the rule is there's a bunch of killer cages except one of them is wrong, then the problem with that is that basically in order to do anything in the puzzle, you have to decide what killer puzzle or which killer cage is wrong, and then the rest of the puzzle is just a killer puzzle, which, you know, I mean, it's fine to do just a killer puzzle. There's nothing wrong with killer puzzles, but it's a bit of a letdown when sort of the whole, like, it's actually almost exactly like what I said with the counting circles thing in the last puzzle. You sort of run into this problem that you immediately sort of work out the interesting part, and then the rest of it just sort of flows sort of like a regular thing. So I had sort of been having this sort of beating at the back of my mind of how could we have something that's kind of like that, but that lets you sort of continually unravel stuff throughout. And some famous setter at the time, whose name I now cannot remember, said they had a puzzle called Two Truths and a Lie, and I was like, oh, that's pretty cool. And I sort of imagined just like, if I were to set a puzzle called Two Truths and a Lie, what would the rule set be? And then this was the second idea I had. So in the original idea for this, what I was going to do was I was going to have sort of like 3 clues per box, and in each box there was going to be 1 clue that was right and 1 clue that was wrong. 2 clues that were right and 1 clue that was wrong. So that was sort of the idea, but that turned out to be pretty much of a mess to try and set. And I tried to set that for a while. Eventually I thought of doing it with clue types. And as soon as I had that idea, this puzzle basically set itself. Like, I think this is one of the fastest puzzles that I have ever set, from the moment where I knew what the rules were going to be roughly to the end of the puzzle. Basically the entire thing sort of set itself. Now, I will say there's one step that in my sort of intended solve path was kind of a mess, which had to do with sort of resolving these 2 thermos. But then Simon managed to make it look like a genius intentional step in the solve path, as Simon often does, by sort of finding a clever way to do the thing I had put in my puzzle that was not really all that clever when I put it there. So we'll see if we remember that. All right. Anyway, so all that sort of preamble aside, what are the rules here? So we have a bunch of clue types that are standard. Like, for example, the X's, the cells have to sum to 10. The Renbon, they have to be a string of consecutive digits in any order. So a bunch of sort of standard clue types, except everything shows up in the grid 3 times, and 2 of them are correct and 1 of them is wrong. And I will say, as soon as I posted this, Sam Kappelman-Lyons, who's one of my favorite puzzle people, who is now sort of like less around than he used to be, but is still around sometimes. He said, "I loved it, but you never used the fact that one of them had to be wrong," which is true. And so that was enough to make me set the next version of this puzzle. So as very often happens when I set puzzles, I very often will set sort of like a pair of puzzles that have a similar thing going on, where it's sort of like the second one is sort of a refinement of like, I know what's going on sort of afterwards. So anyway, if that is your complaint about this puzzle, The Usual Suspects does do that. In fact, The Usual Suspects relies quite heavily on that. And actually, I think the first video I made for the channel was of me setting The Usual Suspects, if I recall correctly. Okay, anyway, so how on earth do you get started on a puzzle where you don't know if any of the clues are correct? Well, the key here is that if you can identify 2 clues of the same type that contradict each other, then you know the third one is correct. So in particular, I tried to make it as loud as possible that these 2 arrows here can't both be correct. And if you haven't seen that before, or if you haven't seen sort of the reason for this before, the reason is that if these 2 arrows are both correct, then the cells in row 1, there's 6 of them, they would sum to a minimum of 21. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And so that would make these circles need to sum to at least 21. And I will leave it to you to confirm that is not possible with Sudoku digits. And so if these can't both be right, that means one of them are wrong. One of them is wrong, but there's only one wrong arrow in the puzzle. And so it's one of those 2. And so this arrow in particular is not wrong. This arrow is correct. And so we get down here that this is a correct arrow. And so this has to be from 6, 7, 8, 9, if you want. Okay. So we can also think about should make a 2 truths and a lie with doublers so that you can have this exact arrangement and have it turn out to be correct. I'm not actually sure I've done a 2 truths and a lie with doublers puzzle before. Maybe I have, but I've done a lot of 2 truths and a lie puzzles. Especially 2 truths and a lie actually works very well in 6x6s. I've done a lot of 2 truths and a lie 6x6s. So the next observation here is that these 2 black dots can't possibly both be correct. By the way, this box 2, this is the bird. For the longest time, my display name on Discord was zetamath and the bird from box 2. This is the bird from box 2, sort of hanging out here. But the bird is quite suspicious, as I have heard people say, because these black dots can't possibly all be right. And the reason for that is that there's only 2 possibilities for 3 black dots in a row that are correct, one of which would be 1, 2, 4 in some order. That has the problem that it breaks an arrow into a bajillion pieces, because if I make this 1, 2, 4, now 3, 5, 6 is the minimum that I could make one of these arrows sum to. That's a catastrophe. The other possibility is that I make this 2, 4, 8, But that has the problem that it breaks the even squares in this box. And now the even squares in this box here have the issue that I know exactly 2 of these digits are even. So I can't have 3 more even digits up here. So that doesn't work. So the black dots here, one of them is broken. And so by the same sort of logic here, this black dot is correct. And so therefore, this is 7 or 9. Or sorry, not 7 or 9. But as Sayori says, it's a pretty quick reward here. This can't be 6, 3. Because if this is 6, 3, and then the arrow has to be 1, 2, 3, and then you've got 2 3s in the box, which sounds problematic. So actually what this is 8, 4. And that means that this arrow is now 1, 2, 5. Looking over here. And so now, and the puzzle's sort of laid out symmetrically, so it's meant to sort of tell you what to look at. Now I think this sort of makes you want to look at the Renbon and notice that these Renbon can't both be correct. Because if these Renbon were both correct, they can't both be bigger than 4 because there's only 5 numbers bigger than 4. So one of them would have to be 1, 2, 3. But whichever one is 1, 2, 3, it's going to double 5 this arrow. So one of the Renbon is wrong. And whichever one of the Renbon is wrong, it again is going to make this Renbon up here correct. And if this Renbon is correct, then what are my options for it? It could be 1, 2, 3, or it could be 5, 6, 7. Those are the 2 options for what this could be. Now, 1, 2, 3 has a big problem that 1, 2, 3 creates a problem that every length 3 German whispers, and so here's a weird fact. Every length 3 German whispers needs a 1, 2, or 3, which you might think at first, well, that's not true because you only need 1 low digit on a length 3 German whispers. This is only for ones that are in a row, column, or box, to be clear. If you can repeat digits, then this all goes out the window. But if you only put 1 low digit on a length 3 German whispers, that low digit can't be a 4 because it would go in the middle, flanked by 2 9s. And so this 1, 2, 3 here has the problem that it double breaks the whispers. That doesn't work. So this is 5, 6, 7. That means that is not a 5. So funnily enough, that actually tells me that this white dot is wrong, right? And so these white dots are actually now both forced to be correct. But now we've got okay. So then the question is, can both German whispers be correct? And the answer is no. And I was quite proud of the reason why. If both German whispers are correct, there's only 2 high digits in the box. That would make these an 8, 9 pair, which would be fine, except for that the white dots are both correct. Because if these are an 8, 9 pair, then now I'm obligated to put an 8 next to the 9 in one of these white dots, and that doesn't work either. So that was probably my favorite step out of this. So now that means this German whisper is correct for whatever it is worth. And also what is left in this column is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9 is what is left here in this column. Now, let's see. So one of these, I guess, is correct. Right. So whichever Renbon is correct now, again, it's not 1, 2, 3. So it's from 6, 7, 8, 9. The correct Renbon being from 6, 7, 8, 9 means that one of these V's is incorrect. I can't put a 6, 7, 9 and a negative 1, 2, 3 on the dot. So one of the V's here is wrong. So that makes this V definitively correct. And if this V is correct, it certainly has to be 2, 3. So that is a 1, and that is a 9 over there. Okay, and so these are now only able to be 1, 4. And so those being 1, 4, well, I can't make whichever one of these is 1. Well, okay, let's do the easier thing first. One of these is wrong, as in it's not even. So this one had better be even. So that's a 2 and a 3. But also, the 1, 4, whichever one of these is 1, its X is incorrect, which makes this X correct. Yes, and so the correct dot is assuredly 3, 6. Yeah, I guess Sayori did that a slightly different way than I did, but that's okay. And of course, one of these two is also 6, because it's the 6 that matches that. Let's see. Okay. So oh, I think the point is that now this 13 sandwich clue can't possibly be correct. Is that the point? Because if this 13 sandwich clue is correct, I know these aren't 1 or 9. What's the minimum that this could sum to? The minimum that this can sum to is 3 plus 6 plus 5, which is 14, right? So if this sandwich clue is correct, because there's no 1s or 9s in these 3 cells, I would have to at least straddle the box, not to sound slightly inappropriate. And so these would be a minimum of 3, 6, 5, but that's already too big, so that doesn't work. So this 13 clue is incorrect, which means that these 2 sandwich clues are correct. And so one of these sides is 1, 3, 9, and the other side is 6, 7, 8. Well, this side can't be 6, 7, 8. Because if this side is 6, 7, 8, what's the X? And the answer is it would be 1, 9, but there's a 1 looking at it. So this has to be the one that's 6, 7, 8, which makes this the one that is 1, 9 with a 3 in the middle. And so that means this V is broken, which means this V is correct, which means somehow both V's are 1, 3. And that now makes this correct X 4, 6. Now, this is the wrong odd circle. So this odd circle is correct. So this is 1, 3, 5, 7, or 9. It's not 7 for what it is worth. These digits around here are 3, 6, 7, 9. if I look at that. Oh, this 8 is just placed. That is a good observation to make. Let's see. So we've got that 8. Yeah, I know there's a 1 down here somewhere. Hey, D-Web. Yeah, this is just a pair of what and what. These are 5 and 7, it looks like. So those aren't 7, and this isn't 5. Hey, Doylier. Okay, now this 24 clue, remember, is correct. And that is a 1 or a 9, so that I should also look at. So 24, I can't do in 3 cells. So I do it in at least 4 cells. This was featured in CTC a long, long time ago, yes, earlier. This can't be a 1 or a 9 because we've got a 1 or a 9 in the row. And that certainly can't be a 1 or a 9, because if this were a 1 or a 9, then my outies, remember, need to sum to 11. Well, I certainly can't make my outies sum to 11, which makes you have to pencil mark this cell a 1 or a 9, which of course just delights me because I'm a psycho. These 1, 9 are my sort of sandwich crusts. And the outies of the sandwich need to sum to 11. But it can't be 5 and 6 because there's a 6 up here. So they are, in fact, 7 and 4, making that a 5 and a 6 and a 4. Get rid of the 6 down there, like that. Okay, and so now I think the point is that if I think about this a little bit, this cell is a naked single. So let's contemplate if we think this cell is really a naked single. So it is not a 2, 3, or 4. That's free. There is a virtual 1, 9 pair in this box, which is the thing that I think people tend not to see. And that's because in this row, the 1 has to go on the true arrow and the 9 has to go on the bogus arrow. So there's a 1 or a 9 here and a 1 or a 9 here. And together, that means that this cell can't be a 1 or a 9 for that pair. So that's sort of the tricky step. Maybe I'm not quite ready for that yet. It's possible that could do a Roggen setting stream. I've never. It's not. I've set a wrong. I've set a wrong 6x6. I've never set just a pure Roggen 9x9. Although when I set antimatter, I sort of thought I was setting a Roggen 9x9, even though I think that turned out to basically not be the case. So I guess it's worth contemplating what the value in the true circle is. Because the value in the value in the true circle assuredly can't be 6 because I can't make a sum of 6. So it could be 7 or 8. Yeah, and I guess it could be 9, but we don't know yet. Let's see. Let's see. Can we do more with other stuff? Yes, there's no 3 on the correct arrow. Bye now. What is left in this box, by the way? Maybe that is actually worth remarking. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 is what is left. And I know there's no 6 down here. Ah, that's the point. Okay, so that is actually the point. So the correct arrow, if the correct arrow is 9, then what would it be? And the answer is it can't be anything, because it can't be 2, 3, 4 or 1, 2, 6 or 1, 3, 5, and those are the only 3-cell 9 arrows. So the correct arrow can only be 7 or 8, but that creates a virtual triple of 5, 7, and 8 between these cells. And if you know me, you know I love virtual triples. Although I will admit I have resisted somewhat this. But anyway, so the completely psychopathic thing that happens is that this cell is actually indeed a naked single 6. But it requires the intersection of a weird virtual pair and a weird virtual triple in order to realize that it is a naked single. And the fact that this is a naked single 6 now tells me that's not the correct X, because remember, the correct X is the one with a 4, 6. So that's the 4, 6. That's the 1. Yeah, I admit, D-Web, I think that step is, on the one hand, like, it's a bit much, but on the other hand, it's so cool that I really, honestly, I can't say I regret it. But I also can't say I'm like enthusiastic about having included it. It is it plays to my absolute weakness as like hitting all the things that I love in terms of like a step. So like I really love this step, but also I think the step single-handedly brings this from like a 4-star puzzle that most people could solve with determination to a 5-star puzzle that, like I said, whenever someone sends me a screenshot and asks, what am I missing? That's the thing they're missing. So I think the step could probably I think this puzzle could have been a little bit more approachable without that. And I mean, I think it's more approachable now because now there's a bajillion 2 truths and a lie puzzles that have the same rule set. So people are a little more able to sort of think about those kinds of steps. Anyway, I think the puzzle probably did not need that step to be a great puzzle, but I still like the step anyway. So anyway, I'm still conflicted about it to this day. But yes, now this quadruple is wrong. This has been pointed out because of that 4 looking down. There's no place to put a 4 on this quadruple. And so both of these quads are correct. We can put the truth box around them, or actually, let's put the truth diamond around them. That'll be better. I think MicroStudy will prefer the truth diamond. So we have those. And indeed, the truth diamond here gives me a 2-3 pair over on this side right away. I agree. Which gives me a 2-3 sort of corner mark up here. That's not a 2. That's not a 3. Let's see. So no 6 goes there. Okay, I now know that there's a 4. Okay, so this is pretty big. Where does 4 go in this box? Now, the 4 definitely goes over here, at the very least, I know. And so do I know that that makes this wrong? Almost. So if this whisper is correct, of course the 4 doesn't go here. But the 4 can't go here. Sorry, the 4 can't go here either, if it's correct, because this would be 4, 8. Oh, maybe, actually. Sorry, maybe. Right. Okay, yeah. Still same point as before. Wait, no, one of these is wrong. Is it actually true that 4 would break the white dot, given that the other one is wrong? Oh, there's an 8 in column 7. Yes, there's an 8 in column 7. Thank you, DWeb. Sorry, I was trying to break this in some way that involved using this whisper, which was being problematic because this whisper was wrong. No, the point is, if I put a 4 in any place on this and this is the right whisper, well, you just can't put a 4 in the middle of a white whisper. If I put the 4 in either of these, that'll be a 9. That'll make that an 8, but there's already an 8 in the column is the point. So this is the wrong whisper. This is the right whisper. So it's either got an 8 and a 9 or an 8, 9 in the middle with 2 of 1, 2, 3 on the outside. It certainly needs n 8, 9. Does it need both 8 and 9? Is the question of the day, I suppose. Not immediately sure. Oh, Alistair Branson has subscribed. Welcome, Alistair. Enjoy your dancing dinosaur. Happy to have you here. Feel free to introduce yourself in chat, by the way, if you would like. Right. 4 can't go here because this dot can't be 5 or 3. In fact, what can this cell actually be? Maybe is a good question to ask. Because it can't be 5, 6, or 7. Can't be 9, as previously noted. So this cell, let's see, 3, would put a 2 or a 4 here. That seems okay. 4, we said it can't be. So 8 would put a 7 here. Oh, right. 2 breaks the thermo. Because if this is a 2, then what do I put here? And then the answer is not 3 and not 1 because it's midway along a thermo. Although I actually need to verify that this thermo is correct because I don't actually know this thermo is correct. But the thermo probably has to be correct. Let's see. Let's see. Yes. Okay. So the sorry, I am double checking the yeah. So I don't quite see it immediately. Okay, so right. So that makes sense. So yeah, so this is a 2. So if this is a 2, then this would have to be a 1. But the point is that would place a 1 there, which would make that a 9. But that makes both thermos broken. So this can't be a 2. And yeah, this quad is wrong, so it doesn't provide any information. Hey, Laura. Hey, Ratfinks. Hope you're doing well. So yes, there's a 5-8 pair left in this column. Uh, Eight on the thermo breaks column 9. I'm not sure I quite see that. Oh, breaks the thermo. That's certainly true. So certainly a 4, 7, or 9, I suppose. Let's see. Do I know anything about this column? I don't think so. Let's see. If these are high, they're an 8, 9 pair. Otherwise, this is high, and these are like 2 of 1, 2, 3. Well, I mean, I guess I know there's a 1 over here for what it's worth. Just by Sudoku, there's a 1 over here. Let's see. So, yeah, the 1 could go with a 2, 3. Let's see. Yeah, I know I've got my 3, 6. Yeah, that one's wrong. That one's right. That one's right. We've got both of those, or we've got all of that taken care of. Oh, let's see. Todd says if row 3, column 7 is not 2 or 3, would that make both row 1 arrows wrong? That seems possible, because that would make that a 3 and that a 2. If this arrow's right, we've said it has to be 8, 1, 2, 5, right? So yeah, so this does have to be a 2 or a 3, right? That's a good that is a good spot. Yeah, so if this is not a 2 or a 3, then this is a 3 and a 2, and of course it breaks this arrow, but also if this arrow is right, it's 8, 1, 2, 5, so that doesn't work. So this is definitely a 2 or a 3. For what it is worth. And I'm pretty confident it's not possible for both of these thermos to be correct. I'm trying to see why exactly that is in some coherent way. Yeah, the and this is the thing that Simon had a really elegant explanation as to why these two thermos could not both be correct, which was definitely much nicer than my explanation as to why they could not both be correct. That is the thing I recall most. uh, the other two 3. Right. This one would be a 1. So, right. Okay, yeah. So, the point is, if they're both correct, of course, this is the 1, but now this is at least a 3, so these would have to be at least 4, but now I can't put 2, 3 into row 3. So Selena has my original reason. That was my explanation. But then DWeb has Simon's explanation that I thought was a little bit more elegant. But Selena's explanation is exactly the one that I originally gave when I set this puzzle, was that it was impossible to pair a correct arrow with a correct thermo. So like if this arrow is correct, of course this one breaks. If this arrow is correct, remember it's 8, 1, 2, 5. And so now this is a minimum of 3. And then what am I going to put here? Something from 5, 7, 8 would have to be like what would have to go here, but that breaks. Well, sorry, not from 5, 7, 8. Sorry, because 8 is there. It would have to go 3, 5, 7. And that didn't work for some reason or another, probably having to do with what it does to this box. But anyway, I like the 2, 3 explanation better. Oh, right, 5 was up there as well. Right, if this is 8, 1, 2, 5, then what digits do I even have left? I'm just going through this in my head. This is 8, 1, 2, 5. I don't have 8, 1, 2, or 5 left over. I don't have 6 because there's one in the box. And so then all I have left here is a 3, 7 pair. That doesn't work. Anyway, whichever way you want, that means this thermo is correct, which means this assuredly is not a 9, at the very least. This number is less than 4 or 7. So in particular, there's definitely a 6 and definitely a 4 on this thermometer. And so, right. Just by Sudoku, there's a 4 and a 6 on this thermometer, so that can't be a 7 because the 4 and 6 would both go on the same side of the 7. So that doesn't work. So that has to be a 4, which means this has to be a 3. 2, 3 over there. It just already couldn't be a 6 because of this box, Laura. It could have been a 6 without that other consideration. So no 3 goes over here. So now this is a 1. That is a 9 and a 1, and now that's a 9. So now that has made this thermo incorrect. So this thermo now is correct. In particular, it has now placed a 9 on this arrow. So this arrow is incorrect, which makes this arrow correct, which makes this a 7, 2, 1, 3. So we've got all of that. These are not 7 anymore. Those are 5, 8. These are not 5 or 8 anymore. That is not 1 anymore. Oh, this 1 can't go here anymore because it would go next to a 2. So that is a 1, and this is a 2, and this is an 8 or a 9, but that's a 5 and a 2. Oops, sorry, 8 or 9. So this is 7, 8, or 9. Green circle in the correct thermobulb. That sounds fun. So this has become 8 and 5, which means this has become 9 and 8. That has become a 7. Those aren't 9 anymore. Column 7 has one more digit, is being pointed out. This is a 6. There's 2 more digits left in this box. They are 4 and 8. Box 1 has a 2, which is assuredly very useful to place because it's got to be there with a 1 there in the bulb. Okay, and now we can go ahead and fill out those. So that's a 5-8 pair, which makes that a 7. Can fill out the rest of this now. Oops. There we go. So these are a 3-4 pair. Let's see. So let's see. We can fill in these, which I don't think immediately helped me a lot. That 3-4 over here looks over and puts a 3-4 pair here. That's helpful. So now we've got a 3-4 pair in the column. So that is not a 3. Let's see. 1 and 2 in box 4. Yeah, 2 in box 4 is just placed there. And then 1 in box 4 is just placed there, which makes that a 9, which is then going to do this entire box. So then we can fill in these, which is not super helpful, in fact. I have not yet published Dovetail, but I will shortly publish Dovetail, I believe. I didn't do it this morning before stream, but I intend to do it after stream. So the 1 now in row 9 is placed. So that is a digit. It is a 4, which is going to give me the 3 and the 4, and the 3 and the 4, and the 8 and the 4, and the 5, and the 7, the 9 and the 8 and the 5, the 7. I can go ahead and redo those. So that is a 6, a 5, and a 6, and a 5, and a 9, and a 7, and an 8, and a 6, and an 8, and a 9, and a 5. Woohoo! We did it. Yeah, there's definitely some tricky Sudoku in with the logic, particularly as concerns this digit. I think this digit is the most wrangly of them, because when you pencil mark this cell, it looks like you have no prayer whatsoever. There is a sequel to this microstudy. The Usual Suspects is a direct sequel to this puzzle. So you can just go do The Usual Suspects if you want the sequel to Two Truths and a Lie. Unless you want a sequel to the sequel. Microstudy would like the sequel to The Usual Suspects. That is a good question. I don't know. I don't know. You'll notice Zeta has a real tendency to make puzzles in pairs. There's rarely a third. But maybe I could see doing something like this. I mean, I've made 6x6 Two Truths and a Lie puzzles and Roggen puzzles and whatever. I don't know. I don't really think you want me to make a Roggen puzzle, Isaiah, because last time I set a Roggen puzzle, I made antimatter, and I can't honestly see it coming out better than antimatter if I set another Roggen puzzle. And I'm not sure I can stress how much the world doesn't really want an additional antimatter. Microstudy would like the version of antimatter. Now, I will say Sudoku Maker would let me make a really disgusting version of antimatter where I can make all the lines length 4 because I can have 17 million lines crossing each other, which I'm sure will be very exciting. So I think the original puzzle can only do that. Christinay made a Two Truths and a Lie deconstruction. It's been on my list. I can say for well over a year. Two Truths and a Lie deconstruction has been on my sort of list of things to contemplate. I could imagine doing something of that sort at some point. Uh, uh, there's one incredibly evil step. Is there an incredibly evil step in antimatter? I don't even remember there being an incredibly evil step. I remember there being like I, for whatever reason at the time, thought it was a good idea to give Ransk the puzzle antimatter to record a video of by himself, and he did, and it was like 2.5 hours long, and like 90 minutes of that was him missing that 617 was a valid arrow. Like, antimatter is an incredibly evil idea, and really the puzzle is one step. Which is to notice the one deduction about the thing, but it is microstudies talking about the Christinay Two Truths and a Lie deconstruction. I do like deconstructions. I rarely find the ones I try and set work, although I'm very glad I made Yazi finally work. I was really happy with that. I like the basic idea of the break-in of Yazi is something that has been on my mind for years. So I am excited that I finally managed to make it do something. But yeah, I haven't submitted anything to Cracking the Cryptic in a while, so I've been contemplating if I want to submit like Yazi or The Order or something like that. Like I really like both of those puzzles. I'm not quite sure. I might just not submit them, but I don't know. I really like Yazi, so part of me kind of wants to submit Yazi, but the yin yang decon, that one traumatized me, Selena. The Christinay yin yang decon, that one was Kyle has a decon with irregular regions, a math pesto / chili decon. Let's see. I do like JSUMs. I have been contemplating doing some like JSUM chaos deconstruction kind of stuff. I think that would be fun, but also no one really wants to solve a JSUMs puzzle. So there is the problem that everyone wants to make a JSUMs puzzle and no one wants to solve a JSUMs puzzle. That is there. But I might do that. That is on the list. Anyway, I'm going to take a quick break, and then I will come back, and I will do another puzzle. So see you all in just a moment. All right, welcome back, everyone. Let's do a Math Pesto killer puzzle. And then maybe afterwards we'll do a Math Pesto pencil puzzle. When I went through LMD the other day and looked for puzzles that jumped out to me, there were like 6 Math Pesto pencil puzzles that I had not done. So we've been slowly knocking them off. So digits need to sum to the digit in the caged corner. So these 6 digits sum to 23. Sudoku pad is really handy because it actually will tell you what all the possibilities are. So that is pretty cool. So we have some nice things like this. These 5s were pretty handy. Also, I know the first row sums to 45, whereas 26 plus 23 is 49. So these 2 cells sum to 4. So these are 1, 3. That kind of remainder math shows up a lot in these puzzles. And down here, we can do the same thing. These sum to 48. And the bottom row sums to 45, so these need to sum to 3, so they need to be 1, 3. And so this isn't 1 or 2, so that's not 3 or 4. This isn't 1 or 3. Oops. So this isn't 2 or 4. Okay. So there's no 1 in here because we have an X-wing on 1s, so to speak here. I mean, it just literally is an X-wing. Even. So one of these is for sure 4, 6 for whatever. I can't imagine what I'm going to do with that deduction, but one of these is 4, 6. If that is the deduction I am supposed to make, I will be very happy. Okay, what about these? If these, that's 26 plus 11, that's 37. So that means that these 2 digits need to sum to 8 without involving a 1. It's funny because it's either going to be 2, 6 or 3, 5. And it's going to make another sort of wing with those. And of course, that one's not going to be the 5. This row, let's see, that is 35. So these 2 sum to 10. And so if those 2 sum to 10, that means these 2 are the same digit. Which is going to be interesting, actually. So I know there's no 1. And there's and the blue digit also I know isn't 2 or 3. But that still leaves me a fair amount of optionality, doesn't it? I believe. Yeah, we can we can write it because we know these 2 added to 7, so they were these 2 added to 8, right? So they were either 2, 6 or 3, 5. And I know that's not a 5, so I know that's not a 3. that was a little above my threshold of things that I'm willing to write in, but I will write it in on advice of counsel. Oh, right, and I know the 7 cage isn't 6-1, right? Okay, so okay, so there we go, right? Because this can't be 6 because of that. Okay, so this is not 6, so this is not 2, which means this is 2-5, right? Okay. Makes sense. Okay, so just to explain that, we noted previously one of these two has to be 1 because of our authentic X-wing pattern. And so if that means this can't be a 1-6 cage, so it can only actually be a 2-5 cage, which now actually sorts out that is a 1, and we get to bring out Zach for the 1 dance. Boop, 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 woo! Boop, boop, wah! Boop, boop, wee! Thank you, Zach. Thank you. So that is going to get us all of those. Okay, and so now 3, 5, 6, 2. That sounds right. So 3 or 6 goes with 4 or 7 over there. Okay, so now, okay, and these are a 3, 6, 4, 7 quadruple. And these two, remember, I don't remember. These two add to 10. So this certainly, this is also a 3, 4, 6, 7, but it's not a 3. So that's not a 3, so that's not a 7. Now, oh, and this one's in a 12 cage, so it's certainly not a 6. And so that's certainly not a 4. I was just double checking here. A 4, 6 breaks the 9 cage. No, 4, 6 would make this a 1, 3, 5. 7, 3 would make this a 1, 2, 6. There's some bizarre math going on over there, but anyway, this is a 5 or an 8. Oh, but it's not a 5 because there's a 2-5 pair looking down. Got it. So oops. So 2-5 pair means this isn't a 5, which means this is actually 4 and 8, which means this is 6 and 4, which means this is 3 and 7. Very nice. And now I look at my versions of an 11 cage that don't have a 3 in them and don't contain both 2 and 5. So it definitely contains a 1, I guess, is the punchline of all of this. The 9 cage, though, I know what it is, because the 9 cage doesn't have a 4 or a 6, so it's only 1, 3, 5. That is true. And those aren't the 3, so that is the 3. Oh, right, the row outies here are 8, DWeb points out, so that's a 5 and a 2, if I remember these things. This is 2, 5 or 3, 4 still. This is 4, 8 or 5, 7. That one's not a 7, so that one's not a 5 at the very least. And this is 2, 5 or 3, 4. And so that's not a 2, so that's not a 5. That's not a 4, so that's not a 3. Okay. I guess I should fill in my triples here. Are we building a swordfish now? Is that what's happening? Seemingly I've never entered the digit 9 into the grid anywhere because all of these are missing a 9. Let's see. Okay, so that is of note. Okay, so this 25 cage, it definitely has a 2 in it. And likewise, this 23 cage, it definitely has a 1 in it. For what it is worth. This, again, this has a 1 in it for sure, and this has a 3 in it for sure. Sayori pointing out this cage's total is too small to have a 9 in it if you look up here. So there's no 9 there. In fact, this cage definitely does have a 9. And if this cage definitely does have a 9, that means that's not a 9. Okay, so this 5-8 now tells me this 13 cage isn't 5-8 or 4-9. So this 13 cage is 6-7. Which is this is a delightful puzzle. Okay, so now that 13 cage is, well, it's not 6-7 at the very least. It's 4-9 or 5-8, I guess. This needs a 2. Just by looking at the math of it, it needs a 2, and the 2 by Sudoku has to go over here. In fact, actually, it can't go there because there's a 1, 2, 3, 4 quadruple. So it goes there, which actually also sorts out that that's a 4 and a 1. That's a 2 and a 3. That's a 3 and a 4. That's a 7 and a 5. That is a 6. I think Tristan will update the current version or the link to the puzzle when he gets a chance. Yeah, we got a bunch of digits there all at once. Still don't know about that one yet. Still don't know about that one yet. We can place the 2 in box 1 just by Sudoku. That is a good idea. So one of these two is a 2. And one of the... Oh, this is actually a 6 by Sudoku. If I just look, the 6, 7 looks up and that 6 looks across. So that actually just places that 6. So this is 4-9 or 5-8. Those are my 2 options. Sorry, 4, 9, 5, 8. It's not a 4, so that's not a 9. That's not a 5. So that's not an 8 for whatever it's worth. Not very much, it would seem to me. Let's see. This cage doesn't have a 4 in it, weirdly enough. So therefore, because this cage can't have a 4, and I guess it's got the 1 and the 2, which has made it too small to have a 4. Or sorry, made the 4 too small, which actually places the 4 there. Is Emma's point. So one of these two is a 4. Can the 11 cage have a 4? If it did, this would be 1, 6. That looks okay to me at the moment. Okay, this cage definitely now has a 6 or 7 in it. Is Sayori's point. So by Sudoku, the 6 and 7 in row 9, one of them has to go in this cage, and so therefore by math they both do. So this is 1, 2, 6, 7, 9. Sayori's way of seeing it was actually very different. Sayori's way of seeing it was that this 5-8 meant that there could not be both 5 and 8 in the cage. And so therefore it had to be the other one. Either way works, of course. So that means that these are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. So this is not 1, 2, or 3. These aren't 2. Oh, the 2 is already up there. I don't know why I bothered sort of filling in the 2. The 2 in this row. The 2 in this row is over down here. I kind of knew that. What is this pair? Sure. That is a 5-8 pair. That's true. That makes these a 1-3 pair. I agree with that. That makes these aren't 7, of course. One of these is 9. For whatever that is worth. I feel like we were on the intended path, and I feel like now we're way off whatever it is that Math Pesto intended us to do with this puzzle. Because now we're just doing random things. And before it was very clear we were doing like very, very intentionally crafted things, and now we have just completely screwed up. Anyway, we know what this cage is. This is 1, 2, we've already got the 3. 4, 6, 7. So these are 1, 4, and 7. So that is 1, 7, and 4. So we can just sort of mark the rest of these. It is true we can figure out this digit by math because we've got 13, 21, 28 here. So that means these sum to 17, which means that needs to be a 9. Which means that the 9 is now in here. So that's a 9 and a 4. So yeah, so that sort of overlap math. That feels like the I think Selena got the intended next step. I think we just did some messy killer stuff for no reason. Let's see. These are an 8 and a 9. So there are no 9s over there, which means that one of these is a 9. Oh, and we could do this. Oh, maybe we can't do the same math yet. But one of these is a 9, so that's not a 9. Yeah, I don't think I can do the math over down here because I don't know what these digits are yet. Unless you want me to use uniqueness or something. Let's see. Don't know about that yet. I can certainly fill these in, though. So that'll at least give me an 8 and a 3 over there. Seven in one of those two cells. Column 1, the 9 is placed. So that gives me the 7 and the 9 over down there. 3 in box 6. Very good, Laura, is placed there. Let's see. This cage needs a 9 because it doesn't have a 5. It doesn't have a 3 either, for that matter. It's just the complement of the 11 cage. But anyway, the point is this needs a 9, and that 9 can only go here, is Emma's point. So these are a pair. That one's not a 5. Sorry, these are a triple, but that one's not a 5, so it's actually an 8 and a 5 and a 6, owing to that that business. Okay, so the 1-5 pair now has made that a 2, a 9, and a 7. 6, 2, 7, 8, 5, 5, 6. Okay, that 5, 9 now looks up. That gives me the 1 and the 5, the 3 and the 1. We've got this digit is now a 1, which is the not useful digit to have found. These are, that's an 8 and that's a 6, which now means that's a 4. I think now we can probably mark the rest of the grid, and I think it will be all okay. 8, 3, 7, 8. Oops. 7198675965. Very nice. I think we got off into the weeds and sort of missed the whole, like, this is all about overlap, underlap math thing for a bit. But once we got back on track and did this, then it all just sort of collapsed. So that is a very nice sort of illustration of this kind of killer logic. I like this quite a bit. And again, the world is a much better place when you have the killer calculator sort of built in to these sorts of things. All right, I'm going to take a quick break, and I'll be back in a moment with another puzzle. All right, welcome back, everyone. As foretold, let's do a Math Pesto pencil puzzle. So I think this is a series of puzzles that they have made, where they have these sort of ambiguous clues between two genres. This is much, much more elegant than My Secret Santa puzzle, which had a similar gimmick, but which led to a grid the aesthetics I'm not super proud of, we can say. But so in this case, it is Hayawake and Country Road, and I love Country Road, and I have done a lot of Hayawake, so hopefully it will be a good time. So let me explain how both of these genres work. So first of all, both of these things are pencil puzzles. So there is no Sudoku whatsoever. We're not going to enter any numbers or anything. Sven's not going to realize the puzzle is done because I'm not going to actually enter anything. Instead, what I'm going to do is shade some cells and green some cells. In fact, every cell's either going to be green or gray. That's the Hayawake part. And I'm also going to draw a path that will meander through the grid, and that's going to be the Country Road part. And so let me explain the rules of both of these, because I think these, it is 15 by 15, yes. I think Tristan would say something about bumping the arrow keys if I could do something like that. It doesn't do anything, though, I don't think. No, it does not do anything. I had been told, oh, maybe if I bump the arrow keys, there we go. Sorry, there we go. I had the wrong thing highlighted, even though it told me I had the right thing highlighted. Let's see, there we go. We'll do that, just so that it looks all there. Voila. Okay. So we need to either unshade or shade every cell. So the shading rules are as follows. So there's one easy and one hard, there's two easy shading rules and one hard shading rule. So the two easy shading rules are that I can never shade two cells that are orthogonally adjacent. So if this cell is shaded immediately, Hayawake rules say, hey, you can't shade any of that. I could shade this, that's fine. The other easy one is that all the green cells are orthogonally connected. So this green cell, if it's going to be connected to all of the other green cells, that would also have to be green. So once all the shading is done, all the unshaded cells, all the green cells are orthogonally connected. The hard rule, I think, is that you can never look across unshaded cells through more than one border. So I have here a bunch of green cells in a row. And so if you imagine that these are sort of unobstructed, I can see through this border. And that's the maximum I can do. I can't do any more than that. So this would have to be shaded, because if this was unshaded, I could stand here and look through two borders. I cannot do that. This rule is, I find, quite unintuitive. The same actually works backwards. I would have to also shade that cell to avoid that. And then sort of you develop these pencil puzzle-like reflexes where now you see, these are all connected, and if this was gray, they wouldn't be, so that will sort of automatically do that. And now these two, I can see across this border, so that would have to be shaded. These are unshaded. Okay. Again, just to say that now the puzzle's broken, so my random coloring didn't work because, again, if I stand here and I look over this border, I can't look over another one, so this one would have to be shaded, but now it's broken because of that. So perhaps unsurprisingly, my completely random shading did not lead to a successful solution of the puzzle. So we have to do that. That's one game we have to play. But we also get to play a game where we get to draw a loop through the grid. This is the Country Road one. Again, the Country Road has... the stream is getting choppy. Okay, yeah. I think it is on your end, because it doesn't say I'm dropping frames, but YouTube is weird sometimes, so who knows. But enjoy Zeta in all of his 144 pixel glory. I will... wave my hand across so that you can see it in moving like an inch a frame. All right, so again, I think that country road has sort of 2 easy and 1 hard rules. So the 2 easy rules are we have to make a loop that moves orthogonally through the grid, so it has to eventually connect up. It has to visit every region exactly once. So in other words, I cannot do that because now I have visited this region twice. I visited it once and I visited it again. And this is not a double back puzzle, which is a puzzle where you have to visit every region twice. So that's not allowed. Now, the hard rule, the weird rule, is that anytime you have a pair of cells across a border from each other, you have to visit at least one of them. So I'm obligated to visit one of these 2 cells. I'm obligated to visit one of these 2 cells. And so on. I'm obligated to visit one of these 2 cells. And so what usually that means in practice is that once you've visited a region, you then sort of X off, I haven't visited any of these cells, and then I sort of use an O to indicate, okay, therefore I have to visit all of these cells. Okay, so we're doing both of these at once, and the clues in the grid are each either a country road clue, which if this is a country road clue, it says I visit 3 total cells in this region. If this is a Hayawake clue, it says I shade 3 cells in this region. And this being a clue in this puzzle means this is either a Hayawake or a country road, or both. I could both shade 3 cells and visit 3 cells. I don't think it's very likely. This 2-4 down here means that one of the clues is a 2 and one of the clues is a 4, but there's no sort of forbidden overlapping, which is, I guess, how you know it as a math pesto puzzle. Okay. So I think this cell is interesting to begin with from a... Let's see. Is it interesting? Maybe this cell's not actually interesting. I do agree the 4 has to be the country road. And so so here already is a like a Hayawake thing. So you sort of memorize certain patterns of what certain clue combinations look like. And so in a 2x4 region like this, there's 2 possible things a 4 could look like. That's one of the ways I could shade 4 things. The other thing I could do is I could shade these 4 things. However, those both have in common that they immediately break. And the reason why they both immediately break is because, remember, I unshade everything that's next to a shaded cell. And so I've isolated these 2 cells. And if I do it the other way, it's not any better. I've now just isolated this once. I mean, it's better, but it's still broken. So the 4 is, people are telling me, a country road clue, and the 2 is a Hayawake clue. And I certainly know that the country road goes from this region into this region and that region. And so I can get like the world's tiniest bit. I can put an X here, meaning that the road never moves between these 2 cells. And the reason for that is because if it did, I know the road connects through these. If the road also did that, then no matter what I do, the road now forms a little loop. And we don't want to form a little loop. We can do a similar Xing up here because this region also only touches that one and that one. So I'm never allowed to go between those. And this one only touches these 2, so I can never go between that one and that one either. So we've got some assorted X's. Okay, this one we can actually continue that pattern because now I go from here into this region and from this region into this region and this region into this region. Well, now if these 2 connect, we've now completed the loop. So these 2 don't connect either. Let's see. Okay, so and this one definitely connects. Okay, this one, so we can actually, I think we're actually going to get a loop segment out of this, because this little key wedge piece, it connects to this and connects to this. So therefore, these two can't connect. And therefore, I now know how I get out of this country. Sorry. That is not correct. Actually, sorry, I know this is broken off too. Sorry, I miscounted to 2. I know this connects to this, and I know this connects to this. So sadly, sorry, what I actually know is that I can't leave the country 3 times. I had my numbers wrong. So yeah, so we get an X up there as well to sort of mark that. Okay, so I go from here into here. That one actually touches 3 things, so I don't know. This one touches 2 things, but the 2 things are... This one definitely leaves into here, and this one definitely leaves into here. So this 2 actually, its exits are on this side and this side. So this 2 actually has lots of sort of country road pieces that I know about. So can't leave any of those. Could still be a 2-country road, though, but we're getting interested. Okay, so now this cell actually cannot be visited by the country road, because if the country road visits this cell, now I can't enter here and exit here. So we actually get some country road action. So that's unvisited, which means all of those are visited by the country road. And now... Now here, I can't leave the country in both directions, so this has to at least come there. Right, this is actually a corner even, so I can actually say this needs to go to both of those places. At the very least, so I can do that. Okay. Okay, so we go from here into here. Oh yeah, this is tight in terms of loop stuff. Let's see. Fish says row 4, column 4 is shaded. Now, did I miss a... Oh, the loop cannot enter shaded cells. Sorry, this is not quite the same rules as the Country Road Shakona I did. So everything as soon as the loop visits it is unshaded. So that is interesting. So this is also unshaded, right? And so, sorry, so every loop cell, that actually makes a lot of sense as a sort of additional combination between these two. And so now, if this is unshaded, I see through 2 walls immediately. So that's shaded and that's unshaded. For whatever that is worth. Let's see. Urge to avoid a 2x2 rising. There is a strong inclination there to avoid a 2x2. It's usually a good idea. Okay. So let's see. I love these hybrids, by the way. These are always super fun. Okay. So that means like the loop can never do something like go straight through like this, because if the loop goes straight through like this, it breaks the Hayawake thing. Haven't I set like a ton of hybrids like this microstudy? I feel like every pencil puzzle I've ever set has been a hybrid, quote unquote, like this. I admit the other day I kind of had an urge to just set another Miami, uh, which would be like something I never ever do, but I kind of wanted to. Uh, the insatiable microstudy. LMD needs more. I do kind of want to do more of my Santa gift, but in a way that's maybe just slightly saner. I don't know. I have a whole spreadsheet that I made up about like ways that I could do stuff like my Santa's puzzle, but I want it to be just slightly kinder to the solver in terms of the fact that the notation in that was kind of a nightmare. Uh, uh, right. Both of these are visited by the loop, is I think what Kyle is saying. I haven't actually read all of Kyle's comment other than to look at these, but I'm pretty sure what Kyle's point is going to be is that if I don't visit both of them, then I'm forced to make a vertical thing that breaks Hayawake rules. So I have to visit both of them and do that. The cursed Tapa clue in row 12 is telling me that the Hayawake clue is a 2 and the country road clue is a 4 for this region. Uh, right. Okay. So, yeah. So I come from here. Here. I definitely come down here into here. One of these is for sure loop. So I actually know here's the thing I know. I know one of these is shaded and I know one of these is shaded. Because I can't shade both of these because loop stuff. And I can't shade both of these because loop stuff. So okay, and this is shaded, Jay Dyer points out, by Hayawake. So that's 3 shaded cells in this region. So that means the 2 is actually a country road clue, which is interesting. It means I certainly don't visit this cell, right? Because I don't think I can possibly get from here down to here if I visit that. Oh, right, this can't be shaded. Because if I shade this, well, I thought the fact that that the line was gray was going to make it not confusing. What this was saying was that one of these was shaded. But maybe it will still be confusing. But fortunately, in this case, I certainly know that's not shaded, because if that is shaded, then now my loop can't connect to this. So that is, in fact, the one that's shaded. So at least in this instance, I can get rid of the line, which means that this is a corner. So again, certainly that's not the one that's shaded. So that is shaded, and immediately these are unshaded. And because that's shaded, the loop can't go through it, so the loop goes that way, and that one is unshaded. This is a corner, so this goes up. If this goes this way, it definitely is not a 2, so it goes up. And now it definitely doesn't visit this cell. So that is now part of the loop. So we can do that. And I think it's now impossible that the loop visits 3 cells of this region. Not that I thought there was any chance that that was going to happen. Okay. Yes, and we have a Hayawake thing here, because we can never go straight across a region. Right, and so that is going to bend this here, going to green both of those. Oh, right. This is unvisited, so this has to be visited. Right. Sorry, I missed that because I didn't exit. I now don't need to exit anymore, but we'll notice that this now has to be visited as well. And so this is also a corner. Oops, not like that. Not like that. Boy, this has turned into a mess. This has to be visited, so it's also a corner, so it's going to green all of this stuff. Let's see. This is also green. Okay, we're not visiting two things, so therefore we're certainly shading two things. And this is shaded by the border rule, AFK points out, which extends my path up to here. This is green for sure. I think I can probably make this work either way. This is now a corner, though, so we can do that. And we can get rid of some of that excess coloring. Yeah, the loop assuredly can't come here. That's a good point. So that comes down for sure. And the loop can't connect here. This is a recurring country road pattern. If the loop connects here, then I don't visit that cell or that cell, and that breaks. So the loop has to, in fact, do that because I need to shade one more cell green, both of these. I find it incredibly unlikely that these connect here, but I am open to being proven wrong. Let's see. So we've got all of that, at the very least. Let's see. This region, I don't know what region it connects to. I don't think. This is a loop corner. That's true. Because it's across from an unvisited cell, so it's forced to visit both of those. Good spot. Okay, so one of these two is now forced to be shaded. Just for the record, by the border rule. So I guess that means in particular the loop definitely doesn't do that. Oh, that does tell me what happens. Because one of these two has to be shaded, so I can't cross there, but I know the rectangle does cross into this rectangle. So that tells me the entry has to actually look like that. So I did actually get something out of that observation. I realize saying the rectangle has to connect to the rectangle is maybe not the most helpful elucidation of exactly what is happening, but we will attempt to make it make sense, maybe, possibly. Okay. The rectangle's connected to the knee bone. Yes, exactly. Okay, these can't connect either for the same reason that I mentioned earlier, which is that if these connect, now I don't cross this border, and so that's unvisited and that's unvisited. So those don't connect, and so that extends that way because of that, at the very least. So one of these is gray at the very least. Okay, and I know that one of these is the border crossing for this region. For this, yeah, this region, it either goes that way or that way. I don't know which one yet. I don't think. I do need a gray in one of these for what it's worth. Right. I can never visit this cell, is David's point. No matter, because I'm only visiting 4 cells, I can never visit this cell. That would be 5. So therefore, I always visit this cell. So this is always loop. And because I'm not visiting this cell, it's a corner, which looks like that. Okay. And now this certainly can't re-enter. I've created a little loop. So this continues over to here. And now these are both shaded by Heiawake border rules. So that unshades some stuff by the other rule. This is unshaded by connectedness. Okay, and so now my 2 shaded cells... Oh, sorry. I was like, my 2 shaded cells have to be these 2. No, sorry. I only have 1 more shaded cell to put here. Yeah, I certainly need one of these 2 to be shaded. But yeah, the 3 can't be country road because I won't be able to visit 4 cells, right? Because here's the way to think about it. All paths between 2 points have the same parity. So in terms of their length. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 is one of those parities. So I guess you could say 6 is... So every path from, say, here to here has even length. But we know the part in this box has even length. So the part in this box also has even length. So in particular, it's not 3. So the 3 is the Heiawake clue, and so the only thing it can look like is that, which then greens lots of stuff. Like that. This gets gray instantly because of the border rule. So this is now a corner. So we turn that way. This now has to be visited because it's across from an unvisited thing. That has to be visited, and that has to be visited. So that actually forces that whole piece like that to do that. This now has to do that. Yeah, this either does that or it does that. I don't think I yet know. We have started the puzzle on the wrong side, says Isabella. I started making a bunch of marks over here, but then someone noted something over here. Also, it really helped when I read the part in the rules that the loop can't visit gray cells, which I just assumed was not a rule. Yeah, so now this cell is visited. This cell is visited in particular, right? So now this cell is visited because it's across from an unvisited cell. So now that is gray by previous work. So that's green. That's gray. That's green. And this is visited because it's across from an unvisited cell. So that is a corner, which makes that also green. Only one way to connect this now. So now, oh, sorry, no. Now, well, now this assuredly doesn't go there, because if this goes up, we create a little loop. So it has to go that way instead. I have successfully not made a little loop, I think, hopefully. Okay. If this is green, it grays both of those, which doesn't seem to be an instant issue, but might become an issue in the long run. This has to be gray by the border rule. I am just seeing, and then I see that Garion agrees, which is always reassuring. So now the loop can't turn here. The loop has to go over there. Because it would crash into the loop friend. So we get really dumb stuff. So this is like this cell's always visited, because if it's not, then that cell's visited, but this cell is a corner. So this cell's always visited. This is a common country road pattern. If you want really silly country road things. There's probably other places where I can use that pattern. That's always when I start looking for the break-in of a country road clue, that's always the thing I look for. It seems unlikely that maybe, I don't know. Maybe I should not speculate as to exactly what I think is most likely. I need one of these to be gray, or I break the border rule. Could both be gray, probably. Row 10, column 4 is shaded, then this would also have to be shaded. Right. Okay, yeah, so that's a good spot. So this is a pretty common pattern in Heiawake, although of course this is a weird version. If you shade this, then it greens that, but then that also shades this. In this case, the mechanism is via the loop. Usually the mechanism in a Heiawake puzzle is via the connectivity. So therefore that can't be shaded. And therefore that has to be shaded, which has forced this loop over to here, greening both of these. One of these three has to be shaded. Let's see. Can we run that back again? Well, if this is shaded, the loop assuredly goes that way, because this would have to be visited. Visiting this cell is just impossible. Because if you visit this cell, then you definitely connect into the U pentomino twice. Oh no, sorry, that's not true. Never mind, sorry. Oh, I definitely can't connect these two, Garion points out, because if I connect these two, I leave this border barren. So I can't connect those, so this extends here. I suppose technically maybe I could do something like some nonsense like that. Yeah, I definitely need some shading within this this piece up here. Row 3, column 5 gets shaded. Yes. The border rule definitely shades this, because we already see across one border. Okay, that is a very good spot to Emily and Garion. So therefore now this is forced up. Now this can't make a little loop, so it has to go up like that. we have our green like that. This has to be visited now. We can record. This is also a corner. So this comes through here. That is visited now. Like that. Let's see. If this was green, that would be gray. I don't know if I care about that. Let's see. The loop can't cross the border from row 10, column 5. Oh, sorry, from row 10, column 5 to row 11, column 5. Right. This loop, right. The loop there would make a string of 2 green borders, is David's point. So we can put an X there. For sure. Looking at like that now is bad. So I need a gray in here. 11, column 5 can't go right. Right. This loop can't go right twice. Right. There we go. Okay, so that X plus then AFK's point is that now if this enters here, now it gets forced there, and that just creates an immediate border rule violation. So this has to go up, which means that this cell is unvisited, which means that this cell is visited. And that cell is visited, so this cell and this cell are both green. And now if this isn't shaded, it creates an immediate problem. So that is shaded. It creates a border rule violation vertically. When I say immediate problem is what I'm talking about. Okay, so now one of these two has to be shaded. I don't quite see that. Oh, right. This region, we have both the entrance and the exit. That's the point. And so this region can't be pierced anymore. So we can chop off all of these is the point. And so this is a corner in particular, which forces that, which makes this green. And now if this comes here, it closes, so it actually comes, so it actually comes here. But now if it turns that way, that's a big problem, so it turns that way instead, which makes this unvisited, which makes these both visited, which then makes this whole thing do that. So all of these are green. And so now this turns down because this is a corner, and now this is certainly going to have to be shaded by the border rules. Not both of them, only that one. I think we got to the same place that Kyle got, but in a very different way. And now that's very interesting because now all of these are unvisited, which means that now all of these are visited. So all of that is green. Bye, Ambrose. Hope you're doing well, and hope you have a good rest of your day. Oh, this is green as well. Let's see. Right. This is a corner because of that being unvisited. Okay, so the thing I tried to prove before was wrong. And of course, this certainly has to connect through the cloister like that. If this is green, we assuredly cross two borders, so that would break the border rule. So that is shaded. And likewise, if this is green, we break the border rule. So that's also shaded. So we get all of that. So we know that this enters this region here. So we know it doesn't connect into this region in any of those other places. So we know it actually exits out the top. We actually now know. Yes, this is also shaded by the border rule. Very good. The border rule going across this border. So now that forces this to turn up, which makes this green as well. That certainly creates a need for one of these to be shaded, which creates an X there. And so now, remembering that this needs to connect over, that now forces this connection to happen here, which is a corner. And now my gray line tells me that this is the one that's shaded. These are all unshaded. Forces this back over here. 4 is certainly the right parity to be a loop thing, although I'm suspicious of it being a loop thing. This is now obligated to be visited, and it's a corner. So we know we get that. Kind of greening like that. I guess this could technically do that, I think, is still a possibility. I know now this enters this region in one of these two cells, which means that we get no more crossings across there. Okay, I saw some people had some more border rules. Let's look for them. So that certainly is border rulable. Let's see. I know one of these two has to be shaded. Or I create some border rule issues. Kale has that this is shaded because of that. Good. So that makes this a corner now, because this now is obligated to be visited. So that greens all of this stuff. Good spot to Kale. This now also has to be visited. And this region already has its piercings. So once I note that this region has its piercings, we can go up like that. And so now this is also a corner, which greens both of those. Oh, this is still a corner, which greens this. Now this end can't go up, or we create a very little loop, and we certainly don't want to create a very little loop. So we do that. Now this is gray by the border rule across those two borders. Those are green. Now this is shaded by the border rule. Thank you, Emily. So now this turns up by virtue of being a corner. So this is green as well. Well, this is certainly green, because if this is gray, I force myself to visit a dead end. So we can green that cell. Let's see. Yes. This is gray just by a straight up vertical border rule. That seems very helpful. Thank you, Gary. And so that extends the loop up and gives me some additional green sellage. Row 12, column 9. Right. This needs to be visited. Thank you. To J. So it's a corner, which forces that. And now my border rule forces this to be shaded, which then, through the mechanism of my magic gray line, forces that to be shaded, forces all of that to be unshaded. This now is at a corner, so it has to extend that way. This is now visited, and it's a corner, so it has to go that way. I can get rid of that circle. God, this 4 is going to force this to go this way at the end after I learn that this cell is shaded. But I think by uniqueness, this cell needs to be shaded if I understand how uniqueness works in this puzzle, which I don't 100% claim that I do, but I think I do. Okay, this needs to be... Oh, it is just shaded by the border rule already. So now the 4 has to be a country road clue. And so that forces the country road to do that. Going through there. Right. This needs to be visited. This needs to be visited. And this one's a corner even. Thank you, Garion. So we've got that. So I guess if this is... yes, this is now a border rule as well. Same thing. I think that's the one that Garion... Yeah, that is the same one that Garion just said. Okay, so now this is a corner. So now it does that. Okay. Right. This is on the loop. This is a corner, in fact. Thank you, Emily. One of these is definitely gray now by the border rule. So the loop never crosses that line, I guess is what I am saying. There's some like logic that I keep looking at that says like this cell's always visited or something like that, but I haven't quite pieced together exactly how I am saying it yet. This is a cute point from... So I think actually, funnily enough, I think my point that this is always on the loop is the same point as Kyle's point that this isn't on the loop. Because if this was on the loop, then that would mean that this 3 was a country road clue because it could no longer be Heiawake 1, but then it can't be either because now there's a 4th cell that's visited. So this is always on the loop. And it's a corner, actually. So it always looks like that. Okay, and now this is gray by the border rule, so that is green. And so now we need to get out of here because we can't not get out of here. So funnily enough, the 3 might actually end up being both. This is gray by the border rule vertically. I do like the idea of saying vertically or horizontally. This is a corner because it's visited because it's across from a gray. Okay, I don't think I have to worry about the fact that this is unvisited now, being recorded. This is now a corner, so I might as well sort of fill it in. And I can also X off this side. This is shaded by the vertical border rule. We've already crossed one border, which is going to be great because it's going to unshade that, which is going to shade that, which is going to unshade that, like that. So this is now a corner. So we can have that running back over there. This is now visited for what it is worth. This is now visited because that loop has to continue. This needs to be visited, which tells me that this has to make it at least over to here, at which point it also has to make it there. Just to do that. Now, assuredly, these can't connect, because if those connect, then my loop definitely stops. So I don't want to connect those. Oops, sorry. Which makes this a corner. Was that Selena's point about the 7, 8, column 11, 12? Yeah, I think that was similar to Selena's point. Row 5, column 12, shaded by the border rule. Yep, absolutely. We would double cross a border. Don't want to double cross a border. Now this is a cloister, I believe, is our official zetamath approved term, or microstudy approved term, I should say, for this. Okay, and likewise, these still can't join. This, by the way, this is at a corner. But if these join, we create a little loop, so don't do that. And now this is gray by the border rule. Green both of those. This is a corner, so it juts up like that. Let's see. I can't cross this border, which is very interesting. Because if I cross this border, then I assuredly create a border breaking problem, which means that this cell just can't be visited at all because it's a dead end. Which means that this cell is visited, and now it's a corner, which means we get to do that whole thing. And now this is assuredly gray by the vertical rule, border rule in the column. Now this is gray by the border rule in the row. We would create a very little loop if this went up, so it doesn't. So it comes across here and makes it at least there. This needs to be visited now because it's across from an unvisited cell. This is shaded by the border rule. So this needs to go up. Oh, this is a corner, so it needs to go that way. This is shaded by the border rule as well, vertically, which is going to force the loop all the way over there. It's going to green both of those. And now if this doesn't go down, I can't get to this cell. So we have to go down, at which point we do that, which creates a very funny little loop incident. So this is unvisited. So this is visited. So this is going to be green. Now, these assuredly don't join, which is going to force that. And now I can't leave the thing. I really can't leave this region because I've got to connect all the way over to there. So the 3 now assuredly is a Hayawake clue, by the way. Just FYI, this now leads over to here, which now gives us both piercings of this region, whatever you want to call it. So can't do that. So this is now unvisited because I can't connect, or I can't visit this cell and connect these two. In fact, actually, this is just forced to do exactly that if you look at the corner cells that I marked in. So this is gray by the border rule. All of that green. This is visited now, so it's got to do that. It's a corner. This is gray by the border rule, or we've got serious issues. Like that. This is gray. This is gray by the vertical border rule. Okay, we've got to figure out how am I putting 3 shaded cells in here. I assuredly need to shade one of these 2 cells, because if I don't, then that happens. So I can at least say I need to shade one of these, so the loop certainly doesn't do that, which means the loop assuredly doesn't go up from here, is one consequence of that. So the loop assuredly goes at least to here. Okay. I think I can do it if I don't use one of those. Can I do it if I don't use one of these? Yes, I think I can, only just. Probably need to not try and make this entirely about forcing the border rule. Let's see. Row 2, column 8 can't go down because this region's already been this region already has its entrances and exits. Nicholas pointing out this certainly is forced over here and up here. Very good. And assuredly, it's going to have to leave through one of those cells. Okay, so whichever one it's leaving through, that has to be green. Because if this is gray, it can't leave this building. So this is assuredly visited by the loop, which then immediately makes that gray, which is probably going to do a lot for us. Because we've got to get out of the location. So this is visited now. I'm going to force that and that. So all of that is there, and so now that's gray by the border rule. Which now forces that, greens all of these, grays that, and grays that. So we have now completed our requisite 3 in here. It's kind of funny that we didn't... we only very lightly used the fact that it had to be 3 in there. let's see. Okay, so yeah, we know this is visited. This is visited, and it's a corner. And now that goes there, and this is a corner. So we at least have that. If this is visited, we break the border rule. So this is certainly unvisited, for what it's worth. And if that's certainly unvisited, that means that this goes up, makes that green. Now this is gray by the border rule. There we go. Okay, that's going to force the rest of this over there. That makes that green. Up there. Okay, suddenly we have finished the whole like upper part of this. Right. This is unvisited, so this is visited. That is AFK's point. Because this region is done, so all of this is unvisited, so all of this needs to be visited, which forces all of that. And now this is assuredly gray to avoid the border problem. And in fact, it's a very local border problem even. You don't even have to like look ahead at all to see the border problem. This is gray to avoid the border problem. Oh, this is green and has been forever. And now the only way this connects is to do that. And then we are done. Very nice puzzle there. I have been loving this this Math Pesto series of puzzles. Greatly appreciated. Yeah, that one was a lot of fun, start to end. Yep. All right, I'm going to take a quick break, and I'll be back in just a moment with more puzzleage. All right, welcome back to our collection of weird pencil puzzle hybrids. This is an agent permaculture puzzle. And so what a permaculture is it's two puzzles that have been forcibly stapled together, and you have to unstaple them. So a contiguous part of the grid is one puzzle, and a contiguous part of the grid is another puzzle, and we have to decide which part is which. So in this case, the two puzzle types are massue, which involves drawing a loop again. So in the massue, we have to visit all the cells, which is not usually how massue works, but I guess that's what makes it a full massue with a loop. And the massue things are this is definitely a takes a bit to get your brain around it puzzle type, just in terms of internalizing what the clues mean. But also things take me a long time to internalize no matter what. So maybe maybe it is very intuitive for others. But in black cells, if it's a massue part of the puzzle, then the cell has to turn and then travel straight through the other side. So if it turns, so this pattern has to happen. Now, in the white cells, it has to go straight through, but then it has to turn immediately on one side or the other. So that is the... By the way, welcome Alana Maria thank you to our new subscriber. Welcome. Feel free to introduce yourself in chat, but I'm happy to have you here either way. So the weird part for me always is the can't turn immediately after the turn in a black, and has to turn on one side or the other, but not necessarily both, of a white cell in a massue. So again, half of this grid, or not half, part of this grid is a massue. Maybe it'll turn out that the massue part is just this and that everything else is a yin-yang. Who knows? But that is how that works. In the yin-yang part, we'll have shaded cells and unshaded cells, and the black circles will be the shaded cells. And the white cells will be unshaded cells. This is the yin-yang portion. And in the yin-yang portion, all of the shaded cells have to connect to each other. So that is one giant shaded glob, one giant unshaded glob. So, and they're both entirely connected. So the unshaded part and the shaded part are both entirely connected, which is a very, very, very strong hypothesis, as it would happen. So that turns out to dictate an awful lot about what happens. And additionally, you're not allowed any 2x2s that are entirely shaded or entirely unshaded. So if J-Dyer still has the impetus to say no 2x2s, this will be a good puzzle to say no 2x2s about. Okay, so it is maybe worth noting the two things that are true about yin-yang puzzles, which are that in a yin-yang puzzle, you can never have this pattern. And this is true even though this yin-yang puzzle is not necessarily connected. And the reason why you can never have this pattern is that, remember, all the unshadeds are connected, so they connect in some way around the outside. But that connecting around the outside means that you can't connect the other two, and you have to connect entirely, barring that you are allowed some multicolored cells. And yin-yang with multicolored cells is also on my to-set list that has been there for a long time. The other thing is that around the border of a yin-yang, you only get sort of one contiguous streak of shaded stuff and one contiguous streak of unshaded stuff. And so that's because if you try, let's just say I try and make this this border look like this. Oops. Not like that. If I try and make a border here, let's just imagine that this is the border of the yin-yang puzzle. The problem is that the gray connecting to the gray through the center stops the green from connecting to the green through the center. So that at least is going to tell us that there's at least some mass U in the outside of the board, because the blacks and the whites are not all connectable. So there's some mass U happening on the outside. Now, this 3 white circles thing is kind of interesting because it can't all be mass U because of the weird rule. So if this were all mass U, remember the white cell here would mean it goes straight through, but it would need to turn on one side or the other. In fact, actually, just the white cell in the middle, this just can't be mass U at all. Because if this is mass U, then it forces this, which then, of course, makes these all mass U clues, which then means I go straight through that and straight through that, which you might think that's not broken. But it is, in fact, broken because of the fact that you always have to turn immediately on one side or the other of a white circle. Okay, so we have a cell. This is definitely yin-yang. Now, maybe that's the only yin-yang cell in the entire thing. Oh no, this just can't be Masu, because if this is Masu, then it's forced to do this, and then it enters the wrong zone. So that is also that, and likewise this is also yin-yang. So we get that mess of stuff at least. Now, I think this has to be mass U. Because if it's not mass U, then either all of these are yin-yang or all of these are yin-yang. And whether you do either of those, you have broken the border connectedness rule of yin-yang. So this is definitely Masu, and it goes like that. The two puzzles aren't allowed to overlap in a permaculture. And the reason, by the way, why it had one of those had to be entirely yin-yang is because of the because otherwise my Masu section would be disconnected, and that won't work. Okay. This, Selena points out, this is much simpler than this point was. This can't be Masu because if this were Masu, then that would have to be included. That couldn't be included because it would have to go off. But now this cell is unvisitable. So I guess it would have to be part of the yin-yang, but that's not going to work. I guess I need to know that this is part of the Masu before this tells me that definitely I can't have a yin-yang cell here. But anyway, so this isn't, but I do know that's Masu. I guess an easier way to say it is, of course, there's a contiguous portion of Masu and a contiguous portion of yin-yang around the border, and it can't overlap because actually the literal yin-yang proof actually works. So this is yin-yang, is the point of all of that. Okay, and so all of this is yin-yang. Because of the connectedness part. I guess I should mark that like that or something. I don't know exactly how beautifully to mark that all of that is yin-yang. But But then we know sort of we can't make it to here, actually, with it still being yin-yang. I'm double checking that I believe this. Yeah, this can't be. Actually, no. Could the border sort of meander around through the inside and actually connect? I think that's actually wrong. I think it can. This certainly can't, though. That can't be yin yang, because if that's yin yang, that's a problem. So this is certainly Masu, because again, if this were yin yang, it would have to connect around the border in that way. All of this would be yin yang, and now my border has two different shaded components. So this is Masu, but conveniently, as soon as it's Masu, it forces this to also be Masu. And so we get all of that. And now this definitely can't be Masu, so it's yin yang. And so we can actually yin yang our way over to there. Yeah, so the nice thing is you can't make it to row 1, column 2, and that then forces that you can't make it to row 1, column 3. And so now all of this stuff is Masu. Likewise, this is also Masu. Let's see. Is that distinctly Masu? I think that's distinct enough. Maybe yellow. We'll do yellow for Masu. That way, it won't be offensive to the eye, but it also won't be at all possibly confusing with that. So I think all of that we know for sure is Masu. Okay. Okay, and if this we know is Masu now, we know some of the loop, which is that we know that the loop has to do that. Like that. Yes. So this cell, for example, is visited, and that cell is visitable. Border rule, Selena. Oh, actually, is that right? Maybe it's wrong. Sorry, I think Selena might be right. I think that might not be correct. Certainly all of this is Masu. But actually, the border here could extend all the way down here, and this could still be part of the one contiguous part of the border. Oh, no, that doesn't work. Sorry. That doesn't work. That sounds good until you realize that we then have to... No, this does work. Yeah, this works fine. Yeah, the could just do that, and then that could still be part of the there. Yep. Now the annoying thing is I was going to say I think this could be part of the yin yang, but I don't think it can, because if this is part of the yin yang, I think it is going to connect over here in some way, and that creates a problem with the loop. So this is definitely going to be yellow, which is going to force that. And now, if this is part of the yin-yang, now my Masu part is not connected. So that is part of the Masu. Like that. And now... oh, no. Now I think... No. There can't be any yin-yang inside the loop. And these cells would be inside the loop if they were yin-yang. And... the inside of the loop and the outside of the loop are not connected because of the Jordan curve theorem. And so this can't be yin-yang. And this can't be yin yang, right? Yeah, this can't be yin yang. Okay, this circle can't connect this way, because if this circle connects this way, we break this end, because we don't visit this cell, no matter what we do. So this circle actually connects that way, which actually forces this to go this way. Yellows both of those. So we've got all of that. This only has one direction it can possibly go now, which is over this way, which then actually forces this all down like that. This assuredly doesn't connect down because it would cause problems. I mean, yin yang is the most topological, and this is like a yin yang loop puzzle. So this is like every topology genre of puzzle all crammed together. This is a funny deduction. This can't be yin yang, because if this is yin yang, then this has to be yin yang by connectedness, but it can't be black and it can't be green, because if it's black, it's disconnected from the other blacks, and if it's green, it creates a 2x2. So this is always So this is always Masu. And now that being Masu means it certainly looks like that, which Masuizes those. This is a corner, so it gets Masu'd like that. This has to be Masu, because if it were yin yang, it would be inside the loop. Likewise, these both have to be Masu, because if they were yin yang, they would be inside the loop. Okay, this is a corner. So we get some yellowing over there. Right. This loop has to turn because that's the rules. This can't turn into the black cell, because if it turns into the black cell, it doesn't look like Masu passing through black cells is supposed to look. In fact, actually, this just has to be a yin-yang, because if this is a Masu now, it's forced to look like this, and it's a Masu doing an inappropriate Masu thing in a black cell. So this is definitely yin-yang. Yeah, if this extends into this, then it has to look like that, which cuts off this, so it doesn't. So this is also yin-yang. And these connect like that. Oh, these are also yellow. This is a corner. Oh, I was wrong. Sorry, right? It could be Masui the other way. Right. Okay, yeah, that would be okay. This is a corner, though. I can fill in that. Which actually forces this to connect over there. This now goes through here and turns here. It had to turn there because of the white circle rule. This has to spike out like this. Okay, what's true is that this has to turn, right? This still can't go that way. That's the thing I actually broke, is that this going this way isolates this cell. So this always turns down regardless of what's actually happening. Right. If a loop enters here, it dies. So this is yin-yang. And likewise, if a loop enters here, it dies now. So that's yin-yang. And I think the point is going to be that this being yin-yang breaks, because this is on the border. It's a weird border, but it is on the border. And so if this is yin-yang, it assuredly has to be unshaded, because if it's shaded, I create a 2x2 down here. And if it's unshaded, then my border has changes. So this is Masu. Which then does make both of these shaded, I believe. And there's more shaded border, so this is assuredly shaded at the very least. This comes down like that. This would be inside the loop, and you can't put any yin-yang inside the loop. So this is Masu, which means it has to look like that. I was going to say this would be a dead end, but it's not. Right. The shaded border definitely moves at least one in. I agree. Right. This is a dead end. So it has to be shaded. It has to be yin-yang in particular. And it has to be shaded, and so it has to get out to its friends. So we get a bunch of shaded out there. And it's shaded because it's between two shaded pieces along the border, which has forced this out, makes that yellow. Okay. This would be on the border. If this was yin-yang, it would be along the border, and it would be the wrong color because it would separate the border. So this is not yin-yang. This is Masu. And in particular, we know what direction it goes. So now my yin-yang has to escape this direction, which now actually connects these. Now means this is part of the border of the yin-yang, because if it were Masu, it would be a dead end. Certainly can't have Masu going into here. It would be a dead end. And now I have done the shaded portion of the border. So over here, all of this is all unshaded because of that. Okay. Now. The loop can't close. Right. Okay. The loop can't close. And so that is gray. Oh, this is green. Maybe I should have made the loop orange. It might have looked better if the loop was orange. This can't be Masu. Because if it were, I would need to draw a line straight through it in some direction or another, and I can't. Thank you. Oh, the shadeds all need to connect for the yin-yang. So the shaded assuredly needs to make it out at least this far, which then actually further pulls out my Masu part. Ah, right. There's nothing to do Masu with this, is a good point from Garion. So this now would be a dead end, so it's shaded. Yeah, this can't turn up into here because it's black. So we at least go there. I think this could be Masu, but if it is, it looks like that. Ah, right. If this was yin yang, it would be inside the loop. So it's not yin yang. And if this were yin yang, it would be inside the loop. So it's not. I can see that because I'd go out, in, in. So actually that is quite forcing because it's going to force this, which is all quite spicy and exciting. Yeah, the yin-yang shading still has to connect. So actually, I know all of these are shaded just to give the yin-yang a place to connect, funnily enough. Oh, right, and this can't be yin-yang, because if this was yin-yang, it would be, it would break the border. So this is Masu for sure. And since it's Masu, we know what it looks like. It looks like that. Okay, now this has to turn. So we go down there at yellow. The gray still has to connect to the gray, so that actually forces now that whole structure. Like that, to happen. Now the Masu loop is done, and so now everything else has to be yin-yang. Those are all along the border. That's along the border. These are green because I have to avoid a 2x2. That's green. Gray there. Green for connectedness or to avoid a 2x2. Gray there now to avoid a 2x2, and that forces that. And now I think we are done. That was very cute. I enjoyed. I enjoyed this this combination. I have kept wanting to make a permaculture, and I've tried several. I haven't quite gotten one to come out yet, but I do quite enjoy solving permacultures. Maybe every one I have solved has been by agent, so it's possible what I actually enjoy is just agent puzzles. But anyway, but that was a very cool puzzle. I quite enjoyed that. Country Road Pentominous Permaculture one. Yeah, just wait. 4 of Diamonds coming soon. Alrighty. Yeah, that was very fun. Alrighty. Well, I'm going to wrap up stream here for the day. But thank you very much to everyone for hanging out. We got some really cool stuff in today. I think the highlight was probably this one, but I really liked this as well. But the highlight was definitely for me one of the hybrid pencil puzzle things. But that's sort of the vibe lately for me has been those. So thank you to everyone for hanging out. Thank you to everyone who supports the stream. If you haven't yet liked the stream, do please do that. It does really make the world a better place if you hit the thumbs up on the stream. It will bless a puppy. All right. But if you want to support the stream financially, we do appreciate that as well. You can go click the join button down below, and you can do that for as little as $5 a month. We do greatly appreciate it. Thank you to all of you who do that. You can see our thanks on all of the screens when we do the stream starting soon, stream ending now, etc. All of those, you can see everyone who supports the stream. Some people do it through Patreon. If you prefer that, we have that as well, patreon.com/zetamath. So thank you very much. Last but not least, thank you to all the turbines, the top level supporters, Daniel, Danita, David, Franco, Nell, Nordy, Plonktime, and DDX. Thank you all so much. I'm going to wrap up stream there for today, but I'll see you all real soon. Thanks for watching, and bye for now.